Alright, Terraformational came out with an update. However, I also was playing on the web version, so I had to redo everything to get back up to this point. Anyway, I'm dead. There we go. Wake up. New thing, there is a PDA. So, Talos goes to undiscovered because it is not yet programmed. We got Lorien, we got the Lost Rover, we got the Dam, Santorini, and Astrape, which is the new content. The PDA shows up in like the very first room as a permanent unlock, so not going to start all over again just to show off the first 30 seconds again. Oh, they combined all of the get up or into get up everything that was like open the admin door, get the power back on, and then fully repair rover has power system and hull and build pressure regulator all built into it. There was also a new thing where for the very first time you can break off the air nozzle in the rover so that you can just fill the rover with air instead of just stuffing it into your air tanks. It did leak a little bit though, but it was faster than filling an air tank. Speaking of which, okay, need basic food and some water bottles. There we go. Oh, also, there is now the ability to actually use the solar panel blueprints that you find in Santorini. It does take a coupler though, so good thing I already used the power coupler in that place with the thing to have stuff happen and have a slightly higher restoration rate for every single thing. Getting the artifact that was in the obelisk. That's what it was. Alright, load the generator onto the rover. I don't know why I did that. Alright, synthesized food. Take the synthesized food coupler. Build the solar panel mount. This does take another like 2 minutes, which is a bit of a time sink when there's only 21 minutes until Santorini is blowing up. Alright, install the solar panels. You do have to inspect the solar panels here, but that's a persistent thing, and it's hard to tell what's new until you do it, when you don't remember anything that you did before. Alright, travel directly to Lorien. That would take 2 minutes and 40 seconds. This would take 44 seconds. Wow. I wonder which one I'll do. Because it's in a tunnel, do not get solar panel or power. However, solar panels only give 0.1 power per second per solar panel, and you can only get 2 as far as I can find. So, still better to take the tunnel than to drive directly. Alright. Gather supplies from outside, which means install solar panel. Now you can see that it is going up by 0.1 per second from solar panels. It is still incredibly slow though. All right. 2 water patches, ration packs, and empty power cells. Sure. And then install the generator in Larian, and then install the water purifier into the rover. I may not be optimizing perfectly, but that's because everything is giving like 25% more than what you would be getting normally, so I don't have to worry quite as much about resource management now that that artifact has been procured. I wonder if you take the Astrape artifact, does Santorini stop blowing up maybe? That'd be nice. Oh, with practiced ease, you quickly assemble and mount the solar panel rack. Now, unfortunately, log is not implemented. Otherwise, I could just go up and see all the things that are new, probably. Okay, water pouch. May as well grab one. Add fuel to generator. Shut off the emergency systems. Then bring the rover inside. Connect the charger. And install the water recycler. Alright, install empty power cell. Add a little bit of fuel to the generator. Install empty power cell. Unlock the admin door. Take the protein bars. Scavenge for water. Scavenge for food. Take a protein bar. Whoop, nope, wrong one. Add a little bit more fuel to the generator. Fill an air tank. Another ration pack. Alright, and should be good to go. Now take the tunnel to Talos because it only takes 40 seconds to get back, and then the drive to Dam takes less time from there. Takes 3 minutes from here. Let's see. 2 power per second for a minute, 2 power per second for another minute, 1 power per second for less than a minute, so that's 50, and then 290, I guess. Let's just call it 300 power to get to it from there. So this would be 20 power, and then drive to Dam is 1.5 times 2 minutes. Let's see. 120 times 1.5 would be 180. So yeah, should be less power all overall to just go back to Talos and then drive straight to the dam. I probably could have grabbed a couple more water pouches, but wait, did I not install the water thing? Dang it, I installed it into Larian, didn't I? Crud. Well, that was a mistake. It gives me the opportunity to show off something else. New thing at the dam. Now, unfortunately, because the PDA does not have logs, I can't pull up the first messages that popped up after doing the event, but there is something after you get out of your vehicle there. If you get there before the bridge opens, at least. Or before the dam closes. Yeah, that's what it is. Dam opens? Can't remember. It does something. Collect crates from outside. Grants 5 water bottles, 5 glacial water samples, which give 1 water each, or 1.25 because of artifact, a power coupler, and an empty power cell. So that is leave rover, collect crates, collect closest crate, which gives 2 water bottles, get glacier water crate, which has 5 water from the glacier, and water bottle crate, which has 3 water bottles, and then power coupler and empty power cell. It also has some bottles of alcohol in it, which you decide not to take for reasons. Okay, so modified down to 2 minutes and 12 seconds from 4 minutes and 6 second base. Not bad. Because the water generally wasn't worth picking up back when it started. It would take like 50 seconds to get the glacial water sample, and for 5 water, that's barely breaking even, and you're also having your food and air deplete at the same time. It did have information like, this crate has a couple of letters on it for the base that's in front of you or something. But I cannot access that now because the PDA does not have the log implemented yet. Looks like I burnt through all the water pouches already. Well, 3 water bottles should be coming up. Yeah, there they are. So an issue I noticed with taking the solar panels instead of the wheel upgrades was that motor, that's what it was that the food situation was what was causing me to fail, since I could get plenty of water now. Haven't done that. I should do it. Too bad I do not have the water thing. Sheesh, takes 5 minutes and Santorini's destroyed in 7? Ugh. I've got barely enough water to get there. It is absolutely terrible that I forgot that I put the water creator thing on the wrong thing. Speaking of which, I need water. It is tremendously hot outside, which would be why, if it is being picked up, there is a fan running right next to me. Okay, so yeah, dam closes, which cuts off the flow of water to where the thing was. Probably should have drove into Santorini anyway, just to pick up the water creator thing. Well, too late now. This will at least get the 25x or percent bonus next time. Now that I have a second artifact, I might actually be able to break down that starting door. If I don't just wake up. Would be approximately 25% more time. Yeah, I would have enough time to drive to Santorini, grab everything that was in there, leave Santorini, and then drive to Astrape. And I'd have a little bit more food and water. Power is less important now because of solar panels. Even if it empties, I can just hit the wait button. Alright, instead of getting up, open cryopod. Take a small water bottle. Repair main generator. Force ground floor door. Alright, so water, I've got 2 minutes and 5 seconds of inventory for 5. So that would be 8 minutes or so of water. Eight minutes, 20 seconds. Unlimited food, so I don't have to worry about that. Alright, 8 minutes for air. So I've got about as much water as I have air. Not quite at the point where I can stop getting food maxed out, but getting closer. The time dilation is kind of nice. It doesn't actually improve your survivability any, but whoop. Pause. It was garbage day. Now the dog's excited because I went outside. Get that water. Get that food. Okay, 5 minutes of air left, so I don't have to worry about getting food anymore. Do still have to worry about getting water. She's intrigued by my feet having that outside smell. At least I've gotten her to stop eating grass. Okay, food is fine. Water still needs to be refreshed. 4 minutes. 2 minutes. Yeah, I don't think that forcing the ground door is going to happen. Yawn indeed, doggo. Okay, 2 minutes 30 seconds, 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes 45 seconds, 2 minutes 49 seconds. So we'll run out of water before air again. Just barely, though. Well, got halfway there. Big stretch. Okay, never mind. It looks like I will, in fact, run out of air before I run out of water. May as well die with a full stomach. Getting about 2/3 of the way through it. Might get to a little bit further if I do it again, but definitely that would be a waste of time. Okay, never mind. It looks like I run out at the exact same time. All right, stick with the get up and then fully repair. And then fully repair rover. Grab that. Synthesize some food. Take the water pouches. Take the protein bars. Fill the air tank. Another water pouch. Load the generator onto the rover. Synthesize the food. Another water pouch. Get leave in rover almost done. Take a water pouch. Get that maxed. And there we go. Synthesize food. Coupler taken. Build the solar panel mount. "25 minutes to drive towards Strabo." I don't suspect that at any point I will be able to do that without, like, some great food upgrades. All right, let's see. This is follow the coordinates, which is 30 seconds at 1 power per second. as opposed to this, which is 42 at 0.5 power per second. Yeah, definitely better to take the tunnel power-wise, even if I was getting the 0.2 for having 2 solar panels. Okay, where is it? There we go. Gather lost rover supplies. Wait, crud, that was the wrong one. Solar panel is nearby. Well, that was a good, like, 3 power that I lost out on. Okay, clicked on the right one this time. All right, 2 water pouches. 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. And then I believe that is everything. So disconnect and leave. Take tunnel to Telos. Drive to dam. Minus 1.5 from driving, plus 0.2 from solar panels. Gotta remember to actually grab the water bottles every once in a while. Collect a couple of crates. I don't particularly need the third water bottle one, or the 3 water bottle one, but I think the times 0.1 speed bonus is still better than trying to manually do each one. Eat the basic food, please. Actually, you know what? Eat the protein bars. I'll definitely be picking those up from the admin office. Oh, whoops. Get the electrical crate. Okay, never mind. Just grab this one. Now I can use all 3 water bottles. So the thing about the crates is that once the dam opens, you can no longer collect them because they get washed away. Or closes, whatever it was. So close dam. Drive to Santorini. Takes 1 minute and 3 seconds. Alright, so I guess I go to the quarry first. Grab the emergency suit. The food and water from upstairs. And then back over to the central compound. Grab the protein bars and then leave. Because I don't have enough metal to be also putting the motor in. Where is it? Leave rover. Under control tower. Change into the... You know what? Might as well recall this. There's absolutely no reason not to. Well, I mean, there's 5 seconds, but meh. Get that ready to go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, can't do that yet. And I've used up the protein bars, so basic food now. Grab that. Go for the water bottles. Exit. Take the fuel cells. Turn to the rover. And to the central compound. Park and connect the charger. Install the quick cycler. Unlock the office door. Take the protein bars. Synthesize the food. Fill up the air tank and install the empty power cell. Get that started. Synthesize some food. Wait just a moment. Disconnect. Leave in rover. Drink a water bottle. Eat some food. Synthesize the food. Take a water bottle. And all right, leaving rover. So then drive back to the dam. Takes less than 3 minutes, so I'll get out of here before Santoroni explodes. But with full supplies. There we go. Turn the auto back on. Had to read the tooltip to figure out what it was to re-enable that. All right. Should have plenty of supplies to get to Astrape. Oh, I'm out of water. I'll just wait for like 3 seconds so that I can click on the next thing though. And drive towards Astrape. Astrape. Santorini. Word. 吧。Oop. I should be filling up these water bottles. Food is my only limitation now. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sky briefly lighting up as the energy wave vaporizes the facility. It'll be a while until I can prevent that from happening. So I guess at this point I can probably just go straight to the dam and not worry about Larian in the slightest. I do like having a 700 storage for power though. after I get to that vegetable crate up in the area, I might be able to just fill up all of the resources forever. Now, didn't realize for a moment that it actually completed. Really gotta remember to actually do that. Hmm. Apparently that was cropped. Dang it, display capture. Being sized for other games. Okay, drive towards Dam, follow the tracks towards Santoroni, and drive across fields. 1 power per second, 2 minutes 30 seconds, 1.25 speed. Couple of water bottles. Running out of food. Let's see, food has 3 minutes left. This takes 2 minutes, so... Maybe it would have been better to just go from the quarry and following the tracks. Would take a lot more power, though. I know the first time I had to wait a few times for the solar power to recharge the rover. I was like, I hope that I'm far enough away from Santorini that I don't get obliterated. Check the map. It's still there. Oh, cool. There's a nice little path there now. That may have been there before, but I did not remember it. Alright, fields crossed. Approach Astrape. Fully paved. Nice. 0.5 power per second. Only takes 24 seconds. And I've got about 4 minutes of food. Despite taking a slightly different route this time, a huge electrical discharge still arcs off the facility and strikes your rover. The air recycler was damaged, the sensor on the pressure regulator burned out, and the water recycler completely fried. You'll be able to get out any water that's already filtered, but that's all. Well, that's great. Open vehicle bay. Wish I'd seen that was going to happen. Ah. And I can't break off the nozzle. Although the rover is able to connect, all the responses seem gargled and nonsensical, just like the transmissions logged on the Larian computer were. Unless you can figure out what's going on and unscramble them, you won't be able to remotely open the doors. The facility clearly still has power, though. Maybe if you go in through the personnel airlock, you can find a way to open the vehicle airlock from inside. Alright. Leave rover. Enter the vehicle bay. Personnel airlock seems to have power, so you don't have to manually cycle it. As you pass through the personnel airlock, you notice a flashing warning on the control panel. It seems that the entire facility has been set to hibernation mode, but now it was starting to wake back up, returning power to systems that had presumably been dormant since the evacuation. When the airlock cycles, it releases you into the vehicle bay, though it's quite different from what you're used to. Each other facility has held light rovers and aircraft designed for scouting, research, and carrying out light repairs on existing equipment. Meanwhile, this bay houses a variety of cars and vans which are clearly designed for city streets rather than the natural surface of the planet. Okay. 15 seconds to inspect the airlock. Airlock diagnostics may be able to tell why you were unable to open it from the outside. There is air in here, so that's good. Just a little, though. Using the terminal next to the vehicle airlock, you're able to run a full diagnostic on it. It seems functional, other than some intermittent power spikes. If other systems are experiencing similar surges, and judging by the state of the greenhouse you saw outside, they likely are, it could be causing enough interference to block the signal to and from your rover. Whatever the cause, it seems you should be able to use the terminals to cycle the airlocks from inside. It'll be a bit slower due to having to get in and out of the rover a few times, but you should be able to bring it inside. Alright. 5 seconds to do that. Return to rover. Drive rover into airlock. Leave rover. Cycle vehicle airlock. And do. Why did I do that? You use the terminal to open the inner doors to the vehicle airlock, then use the one inside the airlock to cycle it, closing the inner doors and opening the outer. Your rover is a bit of a tight fit in the airlock, which was clearly designed for smaller city-based vehicles, but you manage it. Now you'll need to get out and cycle the airlock to get it inside. Returning to the terminal inside the airlock, you cycle it with your rover inside, closing the outer door and opening the inner. You can move your rover further inside, but it occurs to you that there are no charging cables here. All the vehicles here must either charge elsewhere or use some other method. Yeah, that's what I just noticed as well, yes. Vehicles here are tiny compared to your rover, but you never know what may be inside. Maybe there's water, maybe there's food, maybe there's air. Far door leads to a wide corridor which circles the entire facility. This area seems to make up the majority of the ground floor of Astrape. It doesn't take you long to conclude that most of the vehicles aren't worth bothering with. Not only do they lack any form of survival equipment, but they don't even seem to have any real power storage of their own, let alone generation. They seem to use induction chargers with loops running under every road in the city, allowing the vehicle to draw in power from the facility's power grid as they drive. Very useful tech, so long as you're not planning to leave the city. Eventually, you reach the final row of vehicles. These seem to be for people with more expensive taste, or greater political standing, boasting tinted windows and much comfier seating. What really catches your attention, though, is the mini-fridge hidden behind a folding seat. Irritatingly, they're mostly stocked with alcohol, which is of no use to you right now. But each does also have one water bottle. There are 8 of the upper-class vehicles, each with one bottle in their mini-fridge. Oddly enough, several of them seem to be missing some of their alcohol, though. Mini-fridge, water. What? Oh, it's small water bottle? Dang it. Uh, 2.5, okay, so enter the central sector, I guess. Okay. Eventually, you reach the final row of vehicles. Explore the ground floor. The wide, sweeping corridors seem to circle the entire facility, connecting all the most important locations on the ground floor. It'll take a while to walk the entire circumference. Actually, you know what? Back to the bay. I need food. Desperately. So, leave through the personnel airlock. Enter the tram station. Yeah, I've only got a minute left. Push the container onto the tram. Small water bottle. Since I can get a couple of those from downstairs. Alright. Brute force, offending container, revealing vegetables. Take vegetables. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 seconds to ride to Santorini. I mean, I may as well check it. Inspect the tram controls. You notice the air in the tram is starting to get a touch stale. You might want to check out the air recycler to see if you can do anything with it. The good news is the tram isn't traveling at its maximum speed. The bad news is it's entirely automatic. There are numerous heavily encrypted safety measures to prevent the tram going too fast while there are people inside it, but it's good to know that if you weren't on board, then it could accelerate to much higher speeds. 10 seconds. Once the tram doors were sealed, you quickly realized that the air wasn't being kept fresh. It might be worth seeing if you could fix it. You find considerable damage to the tram's air recycler, several components showing scorch marks from where a huge power surge must have burned through the systems. You might be able to repair it, but it'd require a pair of replacement CO2 scrubbers, and you've not seen any spares of those so far. Between the higher vantage point, wide windows on the tram, and lack of a need to focus on driving, this could be the perfect opportunity to get a better look at the landscape. Never tried to go to Santorini while it was exploded. Take some fresh vegetables. And same with the Highlands. So I'll do that immediately after this finishes. 2 minutes. Sheesh. Despite the land being flat enough to see for miles around, you sit and watch the scenery passing by for a while. After the constant struggle to survive, driving for countless hours, it feels good to just sit and let your mind wander for a time. Eventually, you force yourself to refocus on the present and notice a relatively flat opening in the otherwise craggy highlands which weren't visible from your rover. Perhaps if you can keep watching from the tram as it continues its journey through the area, you could trace a faster route from Santorini to Astrape. Or now that you know where you're aiming for, you could try to find a route there in your rover, but you'd have to check a lot of dead ends. Oop. Just before the tram should have reached Santorini, the tracks suddenly end. The tram falls into the huge crater where Santorini should have been. You fell to your death inside the tram after 33 minutes and 26 seconds. From your vantage point, you're able to quickly identify multiple possible routes through the highlands, which would be considerably faster than trying to follow the tram tracks in your rover. You'll need to check at both ends of the journey to figure out where the best entrances and exits are, as well as keeping an eye on the highlands themselves for at least 2 trips if you want to pin down a full route that'll actually work. Alright. As you quickly down the bottle of water, you find yourself unable to decide. You find yourself unable to decide it between Astrape and Santorini. You know how to reach Astrape, Astrape, and free the tram now. If you get there fast enough to ride the tram back to Santorini's plateau before it's destroyed, then you could explore there. Then again, there's plenty more to explore at Astrape itself. Blah. Words. Okay, let's see. Power coupler. All right. Looks like I might just skip over getting the water entirely, since it'll just short out if I get there anyway. Why did I grab the generator? Ugh. All right. Grab this. Build the solar panel mount. Grab a protein bar. Water pouch. Solar panels gotten. And then install the solar panels. Followed by drive to Santorini side of river. Ah, okay. Combined all of that. Good stuff. But I do want to offload this generator first. And that'll be what, 2 minutes? Can do it from here as well. It would be 4 minutes and 47 seconds. And I did not pay attention to what it would have been earlier. All right. Gather supplies from outside. Install the solar panels. Okay, install the generator. That's 45 seconds. Okay, that takes a full minute to activate. Add fuel to generator. Unlock the door. Shut off the emergency systems. Take the protein bars. Grab some water. Grab some food. Return to rover. Air tank. Drive to Santorini side of river. Hmm. 4 minutes and 47 seconds. That'll give me 10 minutes in Santorini before it blows up. And I didn't get anything useful out of that, so that was a waste of time. What does that do? I'm not going to click it in case it copies to my clipboard. Just have to remember not to grab the generator next time, and I don't have to go to Lorien in the slightest. Well, I suppose I might want to go there just to grab the solar panels. Drive to Santorini. What are you looking for, doggo? I just filled up the spray bottle. I haven't even pointed at you or anything. I'd be more likely to point at myself at this point. Bless you. She lays down in the couch. Ah, right. Let's see. Go for the quarry compound first. Oh, no. Dang it. Go for the central compound first. What was I thinking? I'm going to go down the path this time. So park and connect the charger. Get rid of that. All right. Unlock the office door. Synthesize some food. Grab a protein bar. Fill the water bottles. Install the empty power cell. Fill my air tanks. And just wait for a bit. Synthesize the food. Leave in rover. Drive to the quarry compound. Leave the rover. To the control tower. Take the water. Take the food. Change into the EV suit. And then exit control tower and drive down. I got 7 minutes. This will finish by the time I get down there, probably. Oh, I guess not. Turn to the rover and grab a few fuel cells. Might as well. They might be useful. All right, follow the tracks. Follow the tracks. Running low on time. I hope I don't have to complete the Highland persistent observation from Tram before I can get the better route to Astrape. Because that would mean this is a giant waste of time. Since I could have just taken the direct route. Alright, Highlands passed. Find faster Highland route. The tram winds back and forth through the Highlands towards Astrape and often blocks the best path, so you may be able to find a better route through for your rover. While you were on the tram, you already scouted the best point to enter the Highlands. You could try to plan the entire route from there, or you could try to find your way through on the ground. Okay, takes 4 minutes. Let's see, do I have enough food? Yes. Do I have enough water? Yes. Do I have enough air? Yes. So that'll take a little bit, but I will have a better route at the end of it. So, worth. I guess power might be a concern. Let's see. Last 1 minute. Yeah, that'll take a little bit. I'll have to wait and burn through more supplies. Not ideal. I'll be running out of water. Maybe I should have grabbed the water supply. while I was there. Ah, dang it. Thankfully, with the solar panels you have installed on the roof, all you have to do is wait for a while for them to recharge the power cell. Hopefully your supply can last that long. And I've got a minute and 40 seconds left. You take a moment to witness the distant destruction of Santorini. May need more of a boost. Dang it. Alright. Unfortunately, can't have solar panels and the motors at one time because then you wouldn't be able to repair all the holes in the rover. And the issue there was that I was running out of power, so not ideal to be grabbing that thing instead. Fully repair rover. Don't even bother with grabbing the generator. Okay. Take the tunnel first. 338 from there. And I think it takes less power. Yeah. Definitely switching up the order of operations here. Now that I'm mostly all the way to Larian, I can install the solar panels. Gather supplies from outside. Install solar panels. Gather lost rover supplies. And then take tunnel to Talos. All right, now that I can put it on the charger and get up to 700 energy, should be able to get a hold of that shortcut a bit easier. $14.50. I think I will park real quick. Grab the water, grab the protein, grab the water pouches, grab an air tank, and then leave. Oop. Grab another water pouch, eat a protein bar, and get out of here. Drive to Santorini side of the river. Drive to dam, collect crates, close dam, and cross. Yep, that'll work. There we go. Actual spray instead of stream of water. Yeah, doggo, you got it rough. Two minutes and 8 seconds. And it'll last another 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Well, that's not great. Well, it does recharge during this part, so that's better. And I can spend time installing another empty fuel cell. Energy cell? Forgot what they're called. Fuel cell is the one that's consumed. Power cell, that's the one. Okay. Yeah, I can install another power cell, and that'll give another, like, 10 seconds of charge, so that'll be another power. Or two. I want to get the protein bars and basic food eaten first. Oh, wait. Dang it. The rations were already eaten. Fine. Okay, 3.75 for water bottle. $3.12. Ah, dang it, fine. Install the empty power cell. Drive to Santorini. Continue installing. All right, last 1 minute. And that will take 47 seconds. Okay. I should be able to get into the facility and start charging then. All right, install the water recycler. Take the protein bars. Wait a minute for that to charge. Synthesize the food. Fill water bottle. Drink water bottle. Fill water bottle. And out of there. Quarry. Leave rover. Enter the control tower. Change into the suit. Grab the water pouches. Grab the food. Then exit control tower. Turn to rover. And follow the tracks. Water bottle is getting filled. Follow the tracks. Power's at a much better place, I think, this time. Okay, lasts for 5.5 minutes and only takes 3.5 minutes to complete. Great. Amazing what happens when you actually fill up the power cells. And, you know, get the power cells. 1, 2, 3, 4. And of course, because of the solar panel, every time I grab a water bottle, I am stopping the car and it is recharging slightly, which is great. to actually get these. An important part. Okay. Then follow tracks through field. Only have 15 seconds until Santorini explodes. Did not get any notifications after completing that thing. So I'm going to say that I do in fact have to do it again before it'll unlock the better path. Which means this time is an Astrape exploration mission. Okay, grab that. Got to keep on top of water bottle generation and retrieval because of the whole, as soon as I get to approach the place, the thing is going to short circuit my water production. And air production. Yep, there it goes. Water recycler is down. Alright, leave the rover. Enter the tram station. Push the trainer on. Or container on. Running out of oxygen here as well. At least this time I've got 7 total water bottles stored up. Would have been more if I'd actually been paying attention the entire drive over, but that would require paying attention the entire drive over. Rover's powering up, so might be able to drive back at the end of this. Come on, mouse. Enter Astrape proper. Okay, total value, fresh vegetable, restores water and food. Interesting. Opening the door to the rest of Astrape, you discover it's actually a mini airlock, probably to protect the main facility in the event that there's an accident in the tram station. You find yourself in some kind of security checkpoint area. The tram must be intended as an arrival point for civilians. There are 2 more doors. One labeled as visitors with signs telling you to queue and help yourself to a water bottle from a stand. The other is labeled security but requires a key card. I mean, I guess I'll take the water bottle. Nope, never mind. I don't have enough space for it. Open the visitor door. Through another door, you find one of the most ornate rooms you've seen so far. It's nothing over the top, but only seems to be a waiting room. But the soft carpet and wood paneling makes a nice change to the bare or painted metal you've seen just about everywhere else. Even the other doors leading from here are wooden. The welcoming room has numerous doors and corridors leading off from it, all inviting you to explore them further. 45 seconds. Okay. Restores 3 food. Restores 0.625 water. Alright, I'm full up on food finally. And there's a water bottle, so grab that. Most of the adjoining rooms are set up as meeting rooms or offices for city employees to work and talk with the visitors. You could try accessing the computers in them and see if they have access to the main facility network. The main points of interest you find are a door labeled Mayor, with space after it for a name to be added, and another Employees Only door, which is also locked with a keycard. However, this one being made of wood, you stand a pretty good chance of breaking it down. These are kept between loops, so we should probably do them first. You're not sure if this facility was intended to have a mayor instead of an administrator, or in addition to. Either way, the mayor's office could be a useful source of information. With the majority of adjoining rooms being set up as offices, it seems likely that all the computers will be identical and unhelpful, but it might be worth checking a few of them just in case. Grab water. The layout of the mayor's office is immediately familiar to you, as it's clearly just a larger and more opulent version of the administrator's office you've seen in every other facility. You briefly wonder whether this facility was intended to have a mayor instead of an administrator or in addition to one. The chair behind the desk is a lot more comfy, allowing you to recline slightly as you rummage through the drawers, checking for anything of use. Rather than protein bars, you're pleased to find a box of flavored Powa bars until you read the nutritional information. Also the fact that it's over half empty. Given there was no mayor yet, you wonder who was taking them. Take Powa bar. They have much more appealing sounding flavors than the protein bars are useful, though you'll find the numbers on the nutritional information somewhat concerning by comparison. Grants 1 Powa bar. Power bar. Restores 1.875 food as opposed to the 3 from the protein bar. Actually far less nutritious than the standard protein bars, but they do taste a lot better. Small water bottle. Inspect the mayor's computer. If there's any useful information to be found here, it'll be on the mayor's computer. The computer seems ready for a newly appointed mayor to set up, so you don't even need a password to log in. You're pleased to find that it has read access to the facility's network, allowing you to view the status of various systems. As you expected, several systems seem to be offline, with their final diagnostics reading a massive power surge. The majority are working, however, and report no issues at all. This confirms that you should try to make your way to the reactor control room to find out what's going on. You pull up the facility schematics, surprised to see that there's a basement. And, of course, that's where the reactor areas are. Alright, inspect the office computers. May as well do that first. Gonna have to enter the tram station and grab the rest of the vegetables. Soon. You try several of the computers. Some don't seem to be working at all, despite having all their components, leaving you to assume they're either unpowered or damaged in some way. Unlike the mayor's computer, the ones which do work seem to have very restricted access to the facility's network, and you can't find anything of interest on them. Curious, you return to one of the non-functioning terminals, opening it up to try and figure out why it's not working. Though you're pretty sure you already know the answer. You're not surprised to find several of the components completely burned out by the power surges that seem to be plaguing the facility. Takes a water bottle, break the employee door. With this being the first locked wooden door you've come across, you're almost eager to see how quickly you can break it down. It takes a few good kicks, but you're able to shatter the wood around the lock of the employees only door. It reveals a short corridor with 3 more doors, although one of those is also locked by a keycard. It's not made of wood, but it is labeled as basement access. Aside from the keycard door, there are 2 more doors beyond the employee door which seem to open freely. 20 seconds. One of the other doors in the corridor is just a cleaning supplies cupboard. You're relieved when the other one leads to a small kitchen/break room for the civilians who would eventually work here. That relief is short-lived, however, as you realize that the world isn't terraformed enough to have civilians yet. While most of the bland food you've been surviving off would last years, perhaps even decades, most civilians would balk at the thought of eating it. The only supplies of use you find are a stash of water bottles in the fridge. Ugh. Small water bottle. Dang it. Useless. Back to the tram station. Take fresh vegetables. Alright. Exit the tram station. Enter the rover real quick. Need to fill up my air tanks. Leave the rover. Enter the vehicle bay. Alright, mini fridge water. Okay, enter central sector. Explore ground floor. The wide sweeping corridors seem to circle the entire facility, connecting all the most important locations on the ground floor. It'll take a while to walk the entire circumference. 2 whole minutes? Sheesh. At least I got plenty of air and water. You quickly realize that this facility is a lot larger than the previous ones you visited, if only because you find stairs leading both up and down. Thankfully, a significant portion of it is currently unused. Entire sections are sealed and marked as either as under construction or awaiting colonization. Since power has been cut to these areas, you'd have to reactivate them from a control room even if you did have a reason to want to investigate them. The first unlocked area you find is the living quarters, or more specifically, the set of living quarters that were being used by the facility's current personnel. It's surrounded by several other sets which are presumably identical, but are shut down and sealed. The singular set of living quarters you found unlocked and powered up seems a likely place to find supplies. I should probably do that first before finishing the investigation. I am running low on food. Alright, a food synthesizer. The tape across it says it's out of order, but maybe you can fix it. The living quarters are much the same as the ones you've seen in the other facilities. Plenty of bedrooms for individuals or couples, common areas for relaxing, offices for working, and, of course, a large mess hall. The only oddity you notice is the lack of an administrator's office. They must have a separate office elsewhere. The mess hall houses the usual bank of water and food dispensers. Your hope of having everything work are immediately dashed by the out-of-order tape across the food synthesizers. Maybe the water recycler will still be working, though. You come across what you initially think is an empty room, other than rows and rows of racks for storing cargo crates. Just as you're about to ignore it and move on through, you realize that dotted around the room are occupied slots. Some of them might have something useful inside. Alright. Infect the food synthesizer, because I do need food. And I have a power coupler. Food synthesizer looks like it burned out quite a while ago, despite several components looking like they were recently replaced. Even if you were able to get here at the start of the loop, you doubt it'd be functional. Dang it! After searching most of the ground floor of the facility, you finally find another unsealed section. It appears to be another vehicle bay, but is signposted as the primary vehicle bay. Maybe that means it was used for the more standard exploration vehicles like rovers instead of the considerably less useful civilian transport. Alright, inspect the water recycler. Several of the water recycler's primary components have been burned out, likely by the power surges, and even one or two of the backups are showing signs of damage. So long as it doesn't get hit by too many more, it should last a while. That being said, since you don't understand what's causing these surges, it may be best to recheck the recycler before using it in future loops, in case the damage it suffered changes. Looks like the power surges could burn it out at any second, but until then you should have plenty of fresh water. Explore the warehouse. Hopefully there's food. This seems to be used for transferring cargo to and from the tram. Could be something useful inside, like fresh vegetables maybe. Or stale vegetables maybe. Blah. Words. Maybe some processed junk. Who knows? I already ate all the power bars. Or power bars. Blah. Most of the crates in the warehouse prove to be fairly unhelpful. Spare parts for systems you have no use for, extra bedding and uniforms and etc. Only one makes the effort worthwhile. It's full of more vegetables like the ones you found on the tram. Great. I have run out of air. Dang it. Alright. I got a little bit of time. Explore the primary vehicle bay. Hopefully the primary part of primary vehicle bay means you're more likely to find some useful tools and parts in this one. Maybe a key card. Your sweep of the primary vehicle bay doesn't take long, as it's almost entirely empty, strongly reminding you of your first similar experience. There's even one vehicle left in a corner. You're ready to be disappointed by yet another inoperable rover, which makes it all the more surprising that it's one of the small vertical takeoff and landing, VTOL, aircraft. The VTOL aircraft in the primary vehicle bay certainly doesn't look like it'll be flying anytime soon, but you won't know how bad it really is until you take a closer look. Enter the civilian bay real quick. I need air badly. Grab some of that water. Exit real quick. Return to the rover. Fill the air tank. Alright. The rover. Enter the vehicle bay. Enter the central sector. Grab a little bit more water. Grab a little bit more vegetable. Get it ready to grab. Inspect aircraft. Air is an issue, I see. It doesn't take you long to realize that the aircraft isn't operational. Several of the systems, including one of the engines, have been disassembled, and at a glance, it looks like some of the components are missing. You'd have to take a closer look at the systems to determine which ones, and if you have any hope of replacing them. Seems like someone took half of it apart, scavenged some key components to repair something else, and left this spread across the vehicle bay. The only way to be sure what's missing is to try and put everything back in place. I think instead of doing that, I will go to the basement. Jog down the stairs, stepping out into the basement and finding a long corridor curving into a circle in either direction. Explore the basement, I guess. The basement seems to follow a similar layout to the ground floor, but on a much smaller scale, with one central corridor connecting with the different areas. The basement is divided into several sectors. Reactor control, where the power levels and flow are managed. Reactor maintenance, housing several maintenance drone repair and control rooms. And facility maintenance, for janitors, cleaners, and other more mundane handyman tasks. Several of the doors have been fitted with keycard locks, though. Judging by the half-installed card reader you find on one locked door labeled Civilian Sector, they must have been in the process of installing them when the evacuation sounded. You can access the facility maintenance sector, but nowhere else until you find a keycard or a way to fake them. Alright, explore facility maintenance. While this set of rooms only seems to exist for cleaning and the basic maintenance of the upstairs portion of the facility, your options down here are fairly limited. Houses all the systems. Requires blah blah blah. And requires the key card. You can't open the door from this side. Most of this sector is dedicated to the maintenance of cleaning bots. None of the other facilities had them, presumably because the terraforming team were trusted to keep everything clean themselves. But the civilians intending to live here needed robots to take care of them, and engineers to take care of the robots. The only things of more immediate interest are a locker room and a door labeled reservoir. You're not sure what you hope to find in a reservoir, but if nothing else, it'll satisfy your curiosity about what an underground one looks like. The locker room looks unusually barren, but there are plenty of lockers to check. Ugh, okay. Let's see. You find yourself on a small metal platform overlooking a large pit filled with water. Several large pipes run out of the reservoir and through the ceiling, likely transporting the water to be purified for consumption or directly out to the field of crops surrounding the facility. A steady rush of water flows in from an opening on one wall, counterbalanced by an equal flow out of another opening on the opposite wall. This must be another stop on the route of the river. You're not sure what use any of this has for you right now, though. Explore the locker room. Sure would be nice to put that down in the PDA, though. The locker room is spotless. Not just clean, but empty and mostly unused. Then again, you find one locker crammed with alcohol, likely taken from the civilian vehicles upstairs, snacks, and a stash of glacier water samples. Someone must have had quite a taste for it, but it seems very strange to keep it hidden in a locker with alcohol. Tucked into a corner of the locker room, you find a small machine with a data port. It takes you a while to realize what it is. A keycard printer. Nice. Finally. It'll only help you this loop, but the small device in the locker room can print whatever keycard you need. You quickly power up the compact printer. It requests considerable information about yourself. Name, date of birth, planetary nationality. You just fill each field with random sets of letters and numbers, but it does remind you of the fog constantly hanging across the edge of your mind. The more times you loop, the better you seem to remember each one. Yet you still remember nothing from before you first woke in the cryopod. No faces of friends or family. Not even a hint of your own name. The printer buzzes as it finishes printing your new keycard. You now have full access to the facility, so long as you keep it on you. What's more, you realize you might be able to decrypt the process of creating the card, which would allow you to fake the data using a signal from your PDA. Then you'd never need to print one again. Takes 2 minutes and 22 seconds. And I do not have enough time. Enter reactor control? Yeah, sure. This area is responsible for managing the immense amount of power output by the reactor. Probably important to explore that. That is very concerning. The reactor control sector is exactly what you'd expect. Countless control rooms, consoles, and safety systems, all of which seem to have a concerningly large number of warning lights on them. Excess power to water recycler. Excess power to civilian sector. The fastest and easiest way to stop all the power issues the facility is having would be to shut the reactor down entirely, though that might also hamper your effort to learn what happened here. While most of the reactor control systems showing warning lights, you should probably take a look at what the problem actually is. Looking over the outputs pretty much confirms what you suspected for a while. The reactor is regularly outputting significantly more power than it should. The safety systems could just about compensate when they were only powering Santorini. But with Astrape awake again, it's too much for the safeties to handle, and all it can do is dump a large amount of power into a random system. Even unusually large draws from Santorini could cause issues, like charging your rover. For now, you set your PDA to alert you when the power starts spiking, so long as you're inside. Nice. Okay. Exit. Central sector. I need to get more air. Enter the civilian vehicle bay. I should have put it into the vehicle bay. Too late now. Return to rover. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Leave the rover. Enter the vehicle bay. Enter central sector. Take the stairs to the upper floor, in fact. Water recycler is destroyed. You jog up the stairs, emerging onto another corridor curving into a circle in either direction, though this one is much smaller than the one you just came from. Ugh. I do have a key card now, though. The upper floor seems mostly dedicated to keeping people alive. Life support, a med bay, and cryopods make up the majority of the rooms. The only other finds which pique your interest are a door labeled Communications and, finally, the Administrator's office. The door to the latter looks like it once was locked, but was almost pulled from its frame being forced apart. Either someone was desperate to get in, or someone got sealed inside and had to be rescued. Well, food's probably in there. Take the protein bars. In addition to the expected protein bars, you find a cache of glacier water vials. A lot of them. Other than that, you take a quick look at the computer. Unfortunately, it seems to have already been too heavily damaged by power surges. Maybe it'll still be working if you get here earlier. Most of the logs seem irrelevant at first glance. There could be something useful in there somewhere. The closest you've seen to a dedicated communications room was in the control tower at the quarry, so you're curious if you'll find anything of use. You've mostly given up hope of finding anyone alive in these pods, but still feel compelled to ensure no one is getting left behind this time. The communications room itself is very small, just a few terminals used for viewing and sending orders to the automated vehicles you saw managing the fields around the facility on your way in. However, it's the first time you've seen an airlock that is not on the ground floor. It's a very small one with only manual controls, and it seems to lead out onto the roof. While most of the cryopods in this facility are empty, considerably more are filled than you've previously seen. Nearly a dozen pods are occupied, all of which have been disconnected from the main power supply, instead running off a power bank which could keep them on minimal power for a few months at best. Every one of the occupants was dead when they were frozen, and showed signs of severe electrical burns. Hopefully life support has some air in it. Clearly the life support isn't running for some reason, but maybe it'll be an easy fix for once. There was another surge. CO2 scrubbers. Nice. The life support system, despite being one of the most heavily protected with multiple redundancies, has weathered the power surges very poorly. Eventually, you realize why. Someone seems to have tampered with several parts of the system. The actual intention of the changes seems to have been to allow the entire system with all its backups to be disabled remotely, but had the probably unintended side effect of making the system vulnerable to the surges. There's no way you could repair it, but some of the components are remarkably undamaged in case you need them elsewhere. Despite all the electrical life support components being fried, the physical ones like the filters are in near perfect condition and can be easily installed elsewhere. I'll take it. I don't know if I have enough time to get back. Take stairs to the central sector. Enter the civilian vehicle bay. Exit. Return to rover. And dang. Finally, after all this time of being stuck in a rover, you've found an aircraft you might actually be able to repair. It does seem unlikely you'll be able to find the parts to repair it anytime soon. Ran out of air after 39 minutes and 15 seconds. Whew. Hunger starts in a minute. Carbon filters fail in 2 minutes. Santorini destroyed in 21 minutes. Get that started. Get that set up to run next. 1, 2, 3. Done. And synthesize some food. Take water pouch. Take protein bars. Maybe I should just modify for motors. And head straight for Santorini. Ah, right. Air. Water pouches. Great. Okay, generator's loaded. Installed the generator. Yes, I'm sure. If I'm not going to have solar panels, I need this thing to be running. Okay. Food and water. And take that and out of here. Drive straight to the Santorini side of the river. So I'll skip charging, use the fuel that is in the quarry section to power up the rover, and get there before the power surges start, probably. Hopefully. Maybe. As you quickly down the bottle of water, you find yourself focused on Astrape and its power issues. You finally found a way through all those locked doors, so you have free run of the facility. You just have to figure out what's gone wrong and how you can fix it. Drive to Santorini. And I got 14 minutes until the place blows up. All right, drive to Central Compound first. Park rover. Do not connect the charger. Fill the water bottles. Synthesize the food. Fill my air tanks. Unlock the office door. Take the protein bars. Eat a protein bar. Take a protein bar. Drink a water. Take a water. And leave. So then we go to the quarry. Put that back on auto. Leave the rover. Enter the control tower. Recall the mining machine. Take the water. Take the food. Change into the EV suit and then exit. Take the fuel cells. Turn to the rover real quick. Add the fuel to the generator. Install the empty cell. Okay, 1 minute, 20 seconds, and this will run for, I don't remember how long. Get that mostly filled. Mining machine is done in 2 seconds, so should be able to just leave the rover and start installing the mining machine controls or motors. All right, don't know how high that went really. Turn to the rover. Go to the central compound real quick. Add some fuel to the generator. Park. Fill the water bottles. Eat the food, synthesize the food, drink the water, fill the water, and leave again. Then drive to the quarry. And follow the tracks. I got 10 minutes. Follow the tracks, add some fuel. All right, drive. You're already out of Santorini's blast radius, and now you know how to reach Astrape's fields quicker than the winding route of the tracks. Takes way less time. Inspect the water recycler. Stairs to the basement. Print a keycard. Looks like you're in luck, or maybe just running a bit early this loop. The water recycler is showing signs of minor power surges, but only light damage. You should have quite a while before it stops working. You jog down the stairs, you quickly power off the compact printer, enter random letters and numbers for all its questions, and wait for it to finish. It buzzes and it spits out your new keycard, providing you access to the facility. You notice that this one has slightly different data on it to the previous one due to the different answers you entered to the questions. That gives you another data point, making it easier to decrypt the process. Nice. And there's some air in here still. Finally, you're able to reverse engineer the encryption algorithm the keycards use. From now on, you won't need a card at all. You can just use your PDA to broadcast the correct signal to the readers. And thanks to your PDA carrying over loops with you, you'll never need to come back here to collect the algorithm. Enter reactor maintenance. Explore reactor maintenance. This section should house all the remote-controlled repair drones, their maintenance bays, and control rooms. 30 seconds. I got 5 minutes of air. Well, 6 minutes almost. Get the leave ready. Much like previous facilities, the reactor is deep underground. As a result, a significant portion of the reactor maintenance sector is dedicated to the construction, repair, and control of maintenance drones rather than the reactor itself. There are some areas for working on some of the related systems, huge banks of transformers to manage and distribute the power, pumps for the cooling system, etc. But it seems that if you need to do any work to the reactor itself, you're going to need the help of the drones. The maintenance room is where the maintenance drones are maintained, so they can maintain the reactor. The drone's maintenance room is largely taken up by a series of large racks to hold the drones while someone's working on them. With each drone being almost a meter wide and double that high, it's a large space. Unfortunately, most of the racks are empty. Only 2 have drones, and neither are in good condition. There are only 2 drones currently in the maintenance bay, and both are looking worse for wear. First is a trans. Blah, 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 blah. The first drone has already been stripped to its core and doesn't have many parts left, so you move your focus to the second, which has heavy scorching on the casing. As you begin opening it up, it quickly becomes obvious that it's not just the outside that's been damaged by overloads. Several of the internal components have burned out, or in some cases straight up melted. First is a transceiver so the drone can communicate with the control room. The regular ones don't work reliably due to the power spikes, so you'll need to find a more powerful one intended for use over longer distances. Maybe whatever the facility uses to communicate with the automated farming vehicles you saw tending the fields outside. Next, you'll need a new motor. Normally, the main propellers are powered by 4 small motors. Since you've not found any of those yet, though, with a little creative engineering, you think you should be able to link a single larger motor to all 4 propellers. It'll be less maneuverable, but a lot more durable. Even the standard rover motors would be a bit large for that, though. One of the maneuvering motors from the aircraft in the primary vehicle bay should be suitable. The last thing it'll need is a power source. The drones are too small for a generator and need a specialized power block. Luckily, that's one of the few parts in the other drone which is still in place and relatively operational. Remove power block. Considering the proximity, this is definitely the easiest component to get, though you'll also need to find a way to charge it. 1 empty power block. Dang. Okay. Removing the stripped drone's power block was quite simple. Now you just need to find a way to recharge it. Unfortunately, you can't risk damaging it by charging it from the facility's power grid while it's surging. You'll need to charge it from your rover, and these blocks can store a surprising amount of power, unless you can think of somewhere else you could charge it. The control room itself is tiny, despite being far more complex than the one you used in Talos. 4 computer terminals line the walls, with each an admittedly impressive array of screens and controls. Making yourself comfortable in the closest chair, you familiarize yourself with the controls. Locating the controls, which select which drones you want to view, you quickly flick through the available channels. It doesn't take long for you to start getting concerned. Almost all of them are offline. Some are still at least broadcasting video feeds, but their diagnostics show them as unable to move, or simply refuse to respond to any commands. If you want to repair anything, or even just get a proper look at the reactor, it seems you're going to have to repair a drone first. Alright. Enter control. Exit reactor control. Central sector. Got 2 minutes before Santorini blows up. Grab some vegetables. Water's full. Upper floor. Okay. Check the admin logs. While most of the logs seem irrelevant at first glance, there could be something useful in there somewhere. You spend far longer than you probably should have watching completely pointless logs. It keeps feeling like the next one must have some useful information in it, or at least be relevant to the terraforming operation, but instead it's just more irrelevant observations about her day. Even the last logs across the last few days before the evacuation insist everything is fine and nothing interesting is happening. You're about to give up when you notice an irregularity in the amount of data. Each log seems to take up several times more space than it should. The logs seem to contain a lot of hidden data. Once you figure out how to decrypt it, you should be able to search for specific terms. Communication equipment for the repair of the drone. Then the motor in the vehicle bay. Once you know what you're looking for, you quickly uncover the additional data hidden inside the logs. Each video contains huge amounts of scientific data about the planet, the progress of the terraforming, and the personnel working here. It seems like this commander was selling information to another corporation, or at least planning to try to. You try to think of keywords you could search for that would narrow down the amount of data here. Glacier water. Something strange was clearly going on with the glacier water being stashed around this base. Maybe you can find out more about it. I'm running out of air. Oop, Santorini exploded. In one hidden data packet, the commander details having found a technician hoarding contraband in the break room fridge in the civilian sector, including glacier water and other items which weren't supposed to have left another facility. Apparently it went great with vodka. Instead of reporting and reprimanding them, the commander demanded a portion of the contraband and details on how they were getting the samples through security. Their accomplice at the glacier would dump crates into the river, and then all the technician had to do was open the filter grate on the underground reservoir. Maybe there are some crates waiting there now? Well, I mean, that could save some time. I don't have to grab the crates. I can just get here faster. Artifact data. Nah. Okay. Back to the central sector. I need to get that air. Vehicle bay. Exit. Actually, no. Leave to the vehicle airlock. Return to rover. Charge block from rover. Drive rover to airlock. Fill air tanks. Leave rover. Cycle vehicle airlock. And exit. Enter the vehicle bay. Leave through vehicle airlock. Return to rover. No. Cycle. There it goes. Rover's a bit of a tight fit. What? Okay. Power block. How is it doing? Not well. And exit. Enter the tram station. Push the container onto the tram. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna charge it all the way. I might need the solar panel for that. As the rover drains the last of its power into the power block, you realize you have to either find a way to recharge your rover or disconnect the block and charge it from somewhere else. Dang it. Okay. Repair the recyclers. Grab some vegetables. Using the CO2 scrubbers you scavenged from Astrape, you can repair the tram's air recycler. Fill air from tram. With the tram's air recycler back online, you can top up your Sue's air reserves from here. Great. Enter the civilian sector. Take the power bars. Open the employee door. Open the security door. Requires a key card. Okay. It seems that the security door doubles as a control center for the tram. This is probably your best bet for finding a way to speed up your ride back to Santorini. You might even be able to find some override codes that would allow you to control the tram from elsewhere. If that includes the automated loading system, you might be able to unjam it from Santorini. 30 seconds. Alright. That's a worthwhile investment, I think. Tram power supply. It might be a good idea to check if the Astrape power surges are affecting the tram. Astrape. Doggo wiggling in the sunbeam. Since the room itself is supposed to be secure, you don't find it too difficult to access and download the tram's remote control codes. It looks like they do extend to the cargo systems. Now all you need to do is find the frequency of the facility's transceiver so you can communicate with it from Santorini. Alright, so that would be at the communications area on the roof, I think. It seems that there are several additional levels of safeties and backups on the power being fed to the tram, which also explains why there was no sign of power surges at Santorini. Shouldn't be too surprising, though, that the power levels for the tram are significantly below the maximum that they can take. By running it slower, it'll last a lot longer, but given your current situation, speed is much more important than longevity. You estimate that you should be able to boost the tram's speed by as much as 50% without significantly increasing the risk of motor failure. If you can find a way to remote control the tram, you should be able to boost the power remotely too, though doing so would increase the draw on Astrape's reactor and cause the power surges to start before you even get here. Alright, not worth doing right now. You open the door with a weight of your PDA, revealing a flight of stairs leading down below. This must lead to the other side of the door you couldn't open in the basement. Take the fridge water. Take the free water. Enter the tram station. Get some vegetables. Fill air from this tram. Alright. Exit the tram. Enter the vehicle bay. Fill my air tank. Take the mini fridge water. And enter the central area. Upper floor. Okay, never mind. It has already power surged. Alright. Inspect the long-range transceiver. The longest-range transceiver mounted on the tower is huge and must cover an impressive distance. You carefully clamber onto the roof, finding a small fenced-off area with a short tower supporting several bits of communications equipment. It seems to be a decent mix of short, medium, and long range. The most powerful transceiver seems more than capable of reaching other facilities. Unfortunately, the power surges are causing interference and heavily reducing the range of the signal. It should just about reach Santorini, though. Thanks to the override codes you have, you should be able to unblock it from the quarry's control tower. You quickly download the transceiver's frequency. Great. Now I can go to Santorini, unblock the quarry, and do everything from there. Inspect mid-range transceiver. The mid-range transceiver can likely only reach as far as you can see, though the view from up here is impressive. The mid-range transceiver is regularly sending out updates to the automated vehicles tending the fields all around the facility borders, sending them to new areas or recalling them to recharge and resupply. Its signal is pretty strong, easily able to cut through the surge-induced interference, yet the transceiver is quite small. It should be a perfect replacement for the maintenance drone you're trying to repair. Won't be able to do anything this loop, but next loop I should be able to deal with the things by calling the tram from the quarry. And just doing everything that I can here a few times will just make it faster next time I have to. Take protein bars, central sector, fill the water bottle, reassemble the aircraft. It seems someone took half of it apart, scavenged some key components to repair something else, and left it spread across the vehicle bay. Only way to be sure what's missing is to try and put everything back in place. Takes 1 minute to do. Pause for a minute. Doggo got to chase off a fox. Okay, back at it. Okay. Two large motors, one propeller, navigation unit, empty power cells, and power coupler. I've only got 2 power couplers. Several systems like life support and communication only seem to be missing minor components, which you can do without. Unfortunately, the engine, navigation, and power systems are another story. You need to replace the missing parts if you want to get this thing to fly again. A pair of motors, the larger motors from the mining machine should do, and a new propeller for the engine, a navigation unit, power cells to store the power from the generator, and, of course, a small pile of power couplers to connect it all together. Unlike the main motor, which is missing, VTOL aircraft maneuvering motors are in good condition. You don't really have any replacements, but this bird won't be flying anytime soon anyway. And a propeller. Dang. Replacing the specialized propeller will be considerably harder. Okay. The maneuvering motors are very difficult to get to, requiring you to remove several sections of the outer hull. You get there eventually, though, carefully checking the motor over as you remove it. And loop now, because... Actually, no. Take stairs to the civilian vehicle bay. Exit. Enter the tram station. Take the fresh vegetables. Ride tram to Santorini. Ugh. Oh, it auto-paused. Right, have to actually hit the wait button. Doggo, you were just outside. Observe Highlands. Between the higher vantage point, wide windows on the tram, and lack of need to focus on driving, this could be the perfect opportunity to get a better look at the landscape. That'll get me another 40 seconds of it. Doggo, relax. Alright. Soon it'll fall off the rails and I will die and loop, and then... There goes. Get up. 1, 2, 3. Get that ready. Get that up. Don't need to modify for rover, or the rover for motor. So I will instead get the solar panel. Leave the generator. Okay, water pouch, basic food. Get ready to leave. Water pouch. Eat a basic food, take a basic food. And food synthesizer. Build the solar panel. Quickly leave, install the solar panels, and then take the tunnel. Gather supplies from outside. Install the solar panels. Back to Talos. Oh wait, no. Gather the lost rover supplies. I want those empty power cells. The steady upward slope in this direction uses more power than going the other direction. Got it. Drive to the Santorini side of the river. I do want to see if I can just go for this instead of that. One minute, 42 seconds, and then 10 seconds. All right. As soon as it ends, I'll just hit the X button. Then I can pick up the crates from the reservoir, hopefully. think they were in the basement. Return to rover. Close dam and cross. Then drive to Santorini. And I've got 12 minutes. Drive to the quarry. Leave the rover. Enter the control tower. And unblock tram. Using the Astrape transceiver frequency and tram override codes, you should be able to ungem the cargo loading system so that the tram can be called here. Takes 10 seconds. The tram station confirms receipt of your message. A few seconds pass while the cargo loading system resets. When it returns, it unjams and finishes loading the container. You should be able to call the tram from any of the Santorini stations now. Alright. Should be able to take you to other compounds. Great. We call the tram, and it quickly responds with an ETA. And it will arrive in 2 minutes and 19 seconds. Great. Change into the environmental suit. Yeah, recall the mining machine, might as well. Take the water. Take the food. Exit the control tower. Since it takes a full minute and 40 seconds, I'll just grab this stuff real quick. Return to the rover. Go to the central compound. Just park the rover. Fill water bottle. Unlock the office door. Install the water recycler. Take the protein bars. And everything seems fine now. So leave. Head back over to the quarry. And leave the rover. Can I? No, I cannot. All right, wait. Three, two, one. There we go. Take some fresh vegetables. Head to the plateau. See if I can do anything here, since I couldn't in the previous version. Wait. All right. Storage area is where they're stored, of course. The tram. So I did all of this in the previous version, though, so I'll just run through all those real quick. Just grab a vegetable. Yeah, uranium vault's where I need to go. But I need to find out how I'm supposed to get into the uranium vault. Unsurprisingly, the uranium vault doesn't immediately open at your request. It's locked and not by a simple password. Terminal says it can only be unlocked by the authority of Commander Tarnwell, administrator of this facility. Normally, you need to unlock the door with a biometric scan. You might be able to hack it, but you'd still need a detailed record of his biometrics to work from. Maybe somewhere like a medical facility would have that sort of data. Ah, yes, okay. So that would be the life support section up at Astrape. Astrape. Anyway, just get all of this done real quick. Power will fill up eventually. All right, and that was everything I can do here. Wait 10 seconds to get to the quarry. Why is it 10 seconds faster to go to the quarry than from the quarry? Anyway, tram back over to here. Wait. I should have gotten water first. Observe near quarry. Between the higher vantage point, wide windows on the tram, and lack of need to focus on driving, this could be the perfect opportunity to get a better look at the landscape. 25 seconds. All right. And then Highlands afterward. As the tram leans Santorini, after sloping gently upwards from the quarry station, you get a great semi-aerial view of the compound and the highlands it's surrounded by. You notice one area in particular where the terrain is actually quite smooth, and it seems to extend quite a distance towards Astrape. You might be able to find a shorter route if you can keep either an eye on the highlands while the tram is passing over it, or randomly try routes in the rover. Finally, it's taken quite some time, but you were finally able to trace a clear and relatively straight path the whole way through the highlands. Taking this new route should significantly reduce both the time and power it takes to reach Astrape by rover. And now I wait until the tram arrives. Wow, slowly suffocating. Okay, enter civilian sector real quick. Take free water bottle. Open the security door. Open the employee door. Take the fridge water bottle. Take the stairs to the basement. Open the filter grate. Collect all the crates. It won't take long for you to snag each of the crates and pull them onto the platform. Then you'll be free to take whatever you need from each of them. For a while after triggering the filter grate at the surface to open, nothing happens. Eventually, though, a number of crates identical to the ones you found at the dam are carried in by the flow of water. Some of them may even be the same ones. They drift across the reservoir and get caught on the outflow grate. Should be easy to fish them out of the water. You pull the crates out of the water, checking and opening each one. As expected, they once shared the same facility logo, though it's hard to tell with large portions washed off after their unconventional journey. Between these and the ones you found at the dam, you learned the facility is named Numa. You should look it up in Larian's computers next time you're there. The crates contain a selection of alcohol, a few electrical supplies, more glacial water, and some strange packets labeled edible algae samples. The packets of algae insist that they're edible, and they look like they're full of water, too. These things definitely have the worst taste and texture of anything you've found so far, not to mention quite small, but at least they have almost as much water in them as they do actual food. 2.5 food each and 1.25 water each. Not bad. Take from crate, take from crate, take from crate. Take the stairs to the central sector. Take some vegetables. Remove the aircraft motor. Take the stairs to the upper floor afterward. Take some protein bar. Take some glacier water. CO2 scrubber. Filter. Oop. Exit to the roof. Mid-range transceiver. Powerful enough to cut through the interference caused by power surges, but small enough to be mounted on most vehicles or drones. Could come in handy. And it's a 1.25 speed, since I did it last time. Oh, crud. I was too slow. Well, there goes my rover. Decrypt the artifact data. The regular logs didn't mention anything about an artifact. If there is one here, the commanders must have put it in the hidden data packets. The hidden data packets mention one of the farming machines finding a strange artifact when they started planting some new fields a few weeks before the evacuation. It seems the commander bribed and blackmailed several members of her team to keep it quiet. Initial tests on it showed that it seemed to take an electrical current from one end, amplify it, then output it from the other. Several packets in a row insisted she won't do what they ask, whoever they are, but the next one she relents and agrees to have the artifact installed on the facility's reactor. Every reference after that seems to just be detailing the increase in the power output. Maybe you can learn a little more about what happened here if you can find what information the hidden data packets contain regarding the evacuation. Alright, well, next time I won't waste all that time trying to investigate the plateau. And I can get to the reactor in time, hopefully. Or maybe I can get the biometric data here and get the artifact that's in the uranium depot, and then the place won't blow up. That could be a possibility. Strangely enough, the commander started suggesting an evacuation several days before it occurred, but presumably she kept being told to stay. They sent maintenance bots to the core, but they kept losing signal as they got closer due to all the interference caused by the excess power. Attempts to distribute the power across more systems or improve their surge protections all failed. Her final data packet is a list of about a dozen names and one sentence. I don't care what you do to me anymore, it's not worth it. The automatic logs indicate that the facility was put into hibernation a few hours later when the remaining crew left for Santorini. Inspect the water recycler, grab some vegetables. Fill some water bottles. Enter the civilian vehicle bay real quick. Take the mini fridge water. Exit real quick. Enter the tram station. And repair the tram air recycler, because it's my only source of air at the moment. Fill air from tram. Fill air from tram. Get fill air from tram ready. Into the civilian sector. And take the stairs to the basement. Grab some fridge water. Grab some algae. Take some glacier water. Enter reactor control. Excess power civilian sector. Yeah. Exit the reactor core and take a little more. Enter the reactor maintenance and remove power block. Enter reactor maintenance. I swear there was a medical facility around here somewhere. Alright, guess I'll just loop. Alright, this will be a quick one because I just want to fully repair the rover. Head over to Larian. Research whatever it was that I needed to research. I've already forgotten. And then re-loop to not waste all that time. Take a tunnel to Larian. Grab that. Just need the fuel cells. And then install the generator in Larian. Add fuel to the generator. Shut off the emergency systems. Unlock the admin door. And search for Numa. One of the technicians at Astrape was receiving crates smuggled from Numa, a facility built on or near the glacier which feeds the river. With more information, you might be able to narrow down its location. 1 minute, 25 seconds. So, I've got plenty of stuff, so I don't have to worry about that. The mobile generator is going. This is got full in 4 minutes. This is done in 1 minute. This is lasting for 5 minutes. Okay, good. It seems that Numa actually is built on top of the glacier, sort of. It is built on ice, but there's solid ground below that ice, which they drilled down into for the foundations. Communication with the station was difficult due to the snowstorms which frequent the region. However, you do find some of the initial survey maps, and only a dozen areas have ice on top of solid ground of the correct depth to be suitable for that kind of foundation to be practical. You'll have to check them one by one, but you might get lucky. Since it feeds the river, you should be able to drive most of the way there from here or Santorini. Though once you get there, you'll likely have to leave your rover and climb the glacier. You better have a lot of supplies before attempting it. Anyway, loop. Find yourself focused on Astrape and its maintenance drone. You found all the parts you need to repair it. All you have to do is collect them all and charge the drone's power block. Alright, synthesis food. 3 of those. Water pouches. Protein bars. Air tanks. Repair rover. Modify for motors. Load generator on rover. Okay. Tunnel DeLorean. Just so I have the 200 more power capacity. Gather the Lost Rover supplies, because that's what I actually need. This only takes 10 seconds. I might as well do that. Install the empty power cell. Install the empty power cell. All right, add fuel to generator. This takes, drive to dam is Don't care about the power consumption right now. I've got plenty of fuel. Might have been counterproductive to go for the thingamajigs. Motors, because I need a lot of power to run the... Dang it. I'll see if it works. If not, then I'll just have another completion of going towards Astrape to make it slightly faster. Santorini. Destroyed in 11 minutes and 25 seconds. Central compound. Park and connect. Install empty power cell. Unlock office door. Synthesize food. Protein bar. Fill water bottle. Need to finish installing that. Park. Connect. All right. Disconnect. Wait. Disconnect. Leave. To the quarry. Exit. Take a fuel cell. To the control tower. Should have done that first. Unblock tram. Call that first. Take some water. Take some food. All right. Wait a few seconds. Install the machine motors. Alright, follow tracks towards Astrape. Got 5 fuel cells and 700 power on top of that. All right. 46.4 seconds. Okay, so taking them from the dam does not remove them from here. Got it. Reactor control. Access power to admin computer. Exit reactor control. Central sector. Remove the aircraft motor. Enter the vehicle bay again. Add some fuel. Grab some mini fridge water. Back to the central sector. Continue removing the motor. Grab some vegetables. Reactor control. Civilian sector. Exit reactor control. Back to central sector. Take some vegetables. Fill the water bottle. Finish removing that aircraft motor. All right, to the upper floor. Take those protein bars, take the glacial water samples. A couple of CO2 scrubbers and a carbon filter. To the roof. Take the transceiver, head back down. Only 15 more seconds until the charge block is done. All right, so the motors did not drain enough power that it was a loss. Take another one of those, take another one of these, take another one of these. Back to the central sector. Fill water bottles. Civilian area. All right, take the charged power block. Back to the central sector. Down to the basement. And reactor maintenance. Repair the drone. Takes a minute. You might be able to get one of the maintenance drones semi-operational again if you can find all the parts you need. At last, the diagnostic lights all read green. Well, all except the AI module, which you have no idea how you could have replaced. You'll need to manually control it the whole way, but that shouldn't be too much of a problem. With the drone repaired, you need to get it to the reactor if you want to get a proper look at what's wrong with it. It might be that there's an artifact jumped into it that is amplifying its power back into itself. So touching the reactor would probably fix everything. Out of water again. Settling back into the control room's chair, you quickly locate your drone and begin guiding it through the tunnels which run below the facility. The drone's cameras eventually show it emerging into the main reactor chamber, and the source of the problem is immediately obvious. At this point, you're not surprised that an artifact is causing issues. What does surprise you is that anyone was dumb enough to try attaching it directly to the reactor core. Remotely observing the artifact via the drone's cameras won't tell you much, but you need to figure out how to detach it from the reactor. How to detach it from the reactor. The physical structure of this artifact seems far more solid than the previous ones you've seen. The only movement, a rhythmic pulsating which seems to build in speed over several minutes before suddenly slowing down again. It seems to be attached to the main power line coming out of the reactor, every bit of electricity passing through it before continuing onto the facility. You'll need to detach it from the reactor before the drone can bring it back. You carefully instruct the drone to remove the power line connecting the reactor to the artifact. Numerous alerts and alarms suddenly informing you of the facility swapping to backup power. After detaching the output from the artifact, you reconnect the two ends, restoring regular flow from the reactor and silencing the alarms. Once you're sure the connection is stable, you pick the artifact back up and secure it to the drone. Now that the drone has collected the artifact, you can recall it back to the maintenance base so you can take the artifact yourself. The arcs of electricity you keep expecting never manifest, the artifact seemingly rendered harmless by disconnecting it from the reactor. Nevertheless, you move slower than you did on the way there for fear of somehow destabilizing the artifact. Eventually, though, you're able to direct the drone back through the maze of tunnels to the repair bay it started in without incident. The seeming solidity of this artifact intrigues you, but that thought is quickly pushed to the back of your mind as its rhythmically pulsating surface calls to you. You tentatively extend a hand towards the steadily beating artifact. It senses your approach, further increasing the speed of its oscillations. Moments after you touch it, a wave spreads from your fingers, collapsing it into the familiar cubes and rushing across your hand. This time, it seems to focus on your arm, wrapping around your wrist and contracting. A few seconds later, it stabilizes in the form of a bracelet. You find that you can easily remove it, causing it to return to its original form. You may now attach the artifact to a power generator, increasing its output by 50%. You completed the current content after 40 loops. The final loop took you 25 minutes, 33 seconds. Phew. Continue current loop. Vector. Why would I install it up here? There's no reason. Exit reactor maintenance. Oh, why is it paused? There we go. power coupler. Alright, so that's 2 power couplers. Some glacier water. Some algae. To the central section. Attaching the artifact to the aircraft generator will boost its output. Take some vegetables. Enter the civilian vehicle bay. Take some fridge water. Install power artifact on mobile generator. You add the power artifact to the mobile generator's output, amplifying its output by 50%. You wonder what will happen to the artifact now if you leave it here and loop. Will it return to you? Will it stay here? You feel it's unlikely to reset back to its original position on the reactor now that it's bound to you, but beyond that, you're unsure. Install empty power core. Let's see. I guess that's my last fuel. And exit. Enter the tram station. Take some fresh vegetables. Enter the civilian sector. Take the power bar. Take the water. Open the employee door. Open the security door. And take the stairs to the basement. Take the glacier water back to the central section. Take the algae. Reassemble this just to make it faster in case I ever have to do it again. Okay, I'm up to 2 power couplers. We'll need to find one more. Enter the vehicle bay. Mini fridge water. Leave in rover. With the power surges resolved, the interference they caused is gone, and you can control the vehicle airlock remotely. Nice. So, first leg of the trip back to Santoroni is across the flat paved area around Astrape. Add fuel to the generator. It adds 6 energy per second. Nice. And then drive towards Santorini. This route back to Santorini takes you across the fields which surround Astrape. And mobile generator has run out of power. And do. I wonder what happens if I drive towards Santorini now that it's exploded. I don't think I have enough power for it. It'll be close. This action can't be performed because Santorini has been destroyed. There's nowhere for you to go. Alright. Well, loop now. You notice that the power artifact from Astrape hasn't returned to your wrist. You had wondered what would happen to it if you left it somewhere when you looped. It seems that if you want it back, you're going to have to go get it. Alright. Just a moment, I'm going to get the artifact and then call it there so that the dog can go back outside. Remove power artifact from mobile generator. As you quickly down the bottle of water, you find yourself divided once more. Strabo lies to the south, somewhere in the depths of the desert. Meanwhile, Numa is to the north, built on a glacier. It seems you have a choice between fire and ice, but perhaps you're not ready for either quite yet. And indeed, neither of them are in the current content, so call it there.